And good morning. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you had a good start to the week, that you are energized for what is left. For the continuing, I can't say what is left. It's the full week. For the continuation, for the rest of it. Things are going well for me. Um, Quiet day yesterday. Did my writing. The water got cut off at some point around noonish, and I don't know when it officially came back, but I was asleep, so it was out for quite a while. Yeah. Um. Otherwise, quiet stuff. Um. Alrighty. Well, this morning, being Tuesday, it is read and corrects this morning. For those who are new to this, it's when I read chapters from my books, correct them as I go. This is something I record, so while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said will be addressed when I get back. And, all right, so I'm going to get this started by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 13 of The Engineer's Family. Alpha, the medic, greeted Gargaran, then tilted an ear to Jer. Beta, if you'll follow me, your healing tanks are waiting. Your recovery has accelerated as projected now that you are eating properly. She read her tablet. I'm going by what your ship's doctor wrote in your file, Beta. I'm afraid no one here has had a reason. No one has had a reason to familiarize themselves with your species' physiognomy. If you keep progressing, you should also be able to return to a proper exercise regimen after another session. It can't be done too soon. Not that I've brought my machine. The medic glanced at him, ears tilted quizzically. We exercise mainly through the use of weight machine for strength. Your musculature isn't as different as I expect for such a different method. Not every Arthur is built the same. I'm on the lean side. If you want to see how it affects a Calcarian, you should look at Scar. He's taken to using one. Scarif Drigoen Tomitar Drummond. He clarified in case you wanted to contact him. But da, da, da. Okay, I'm going to just as a just as a reminder, we are in Growl's point of view. His heart clarified in case you wanted to contact him, because this feels like we could be. You know what? No, no, that doesn't belong there. Yeah, that does not belong there. Like, yeah, he could work it out, but there's no reason. His heart clarified, but he's already followed by a medic on the Banes, so his different proportions aren't unhealthy. She nodded, then motioned to side-by-side tanks. They're set to activate once you close them. If there's any discomfort, it's programmed to alert me. She left. Gregron undressed and got in, Jared doing the same. He closed it and leaned back and rested. Landing at his parents' home proved problematic. You know, even with your parents saying it would be in the hundreds, I wasn't expecting this many hover. Don't a lot of them work on ships? Wouldn't they have rentals that go back to the city after delivering them? Gregron chuckled as he settled the hover in a large enough space. Few of them are long-term spacefarers like me. It had come as a surprise when he'd announced he was joining the hunters on the line instead of those who remained on Kelser. He exited the hover. Okay. This I'm those working and living in orbit. Keep uh storage at a port. Uh, so those working and living in orbit keep a hover in storage at the ports for when they want to visit. Those further away might return to Kelser with enough regularity. It's worth for them to put their hover to. Okay, so to do the same. To do the same. If he had a hover, a male said he would feel forced to come down here whenever the leadership tricks him into being in orbit, and he can't have that. Remake! Gargron exclaimed. Huh. Then hugged his cousin. It's been too long. And whose fault is that? I live on this planet, you know. Tell your superiors to stop making my life difficult, and I'll be here more often. Remake snorted. I doubt that. He stepped away and faced Jer. Hi. You may address me as Officer Remy Kalira or tell Demi Firish Tae. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can address me as Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. Do you hug? His cousin hugged Jer. But have you been telling him about me? Do I hug? Of course I do. Jer chuckled. Asking feels less pretension than saying you can hug me. Not being Kelsarian, there has been a need for everyone to ask if I was okay with it. Who knows? Who knows you are okay with hugging? Remick asked, taking both their arm and leading them towards the property gate. My brother, Kergran said. Which one? Not that it matter, but in this case, room. Oh, then be ready to be hugged. Everyone already here will have been told. Romalgar can't keep anything to himself. Sounds reached them well before they were close. Joyful sounds, loud sounds. Males and females of all ages ran around, while some danced to music that didn't reach them. On the far side, skinned animal turned on spits over fires, tended by a dozen people, one of which was his father. This reminds me of the reservoir, Jer said, looking around. I thought the meat we'd eat was what was in the food prep these last days. Gagran chuckled. We couldn't cook enough for this crowd in weeks. Those went into cryo storage for the next month's meals. As soon as those are cooked, more will be put on the spit. Plural. Gathering like this can go through 24 of the large beasts by the time it's over, Remick said. He nuzzled Growl, then Gagron, then Jer. If you'll excuse me, I have to say hello to someone. Someone waved at them and he hesitated. Do you need me to remain? And Gagarin hesitated. Do you need me to remain with you? Nearly everyone here will be a stranger. I'll be fine. You go say hello to whoever that is. He rubbed his muzzle against your cheek. That's going to be by the pits for as long as there's meat being cooked. If you need help and can't find me or Mom or Rome, go there. Jer pushed him. I'll be fine. I will be fine. I'm a hunter, remember? If it comes down to it, I'll just let whoever is annoying me exhaust themselves. Go. He headed to another cousin, glancing over his shoulder toward Jer, engulfed in a hug from one of the older females. Gralgaron, a female called. I finally found you. He turned from the male he'd been speaking with to watch a young female making her way through the crowd, pulling someone along. All he saw of them was the gray furred hand and wrist. Yenisha Mikira, he greeted her. How have you been? His conversation partner moved to someone else. He froze as who she pulled along became visible. I want you to meet my friend, she said with enthusiasm. Gragran Selaravnir. This is Zinial Her Talahan. She lowered her voice. You don't have to worry. He's not with any of the clans anymore. He has an honest job. Captain, the male greeted him. Quartermaster, he replied, using the rank in kind. She looked from one to the other. You know each other? Your uncle is my captain, General Herr Talahan said. Really? What are the odds? Higher than you think, Gargaron said. The male nuzzled her cheek. Can you get me a warm glass of Ishtar? Do you want anything, Gargaron? She asked, and he raised his glass to show he was fine, and she left. I didn't know, General Herr Talahan said. You expect me to believe this is that lover of yours arranging for you to be here? Do you need me to be here? He grinned. Were you growing bored and needed me to liven things up? No. Then I doubt he had anything to do with this. Believe it or not, it's not always meddling. Sometimes it's just a fun female finding me at a port bar, seeing my sad self and offering to cheer me up. You sad? You know the kind of fun I like? I do that here and I risk more than a cell. I'm Alan. The educator get me and they send me to Reform Center. He shuddered. Do you have any idea how boring those are? I thought you pleased your namesake by taking chances. He meddled to get me on your ship. I figure he'll look more kindly on me if I don't get myself removed from it. Are you two arguing? Yenisha Mikira asked, handing Zenial Talahan a glass. Oh, we never argue, the male said. He tells me how things will be, and I obey. Gagran snorted. But seriously, I was telling your uncle how wonderful a female you are, and how glad I am you invited me to come with you. He nuzzled her cheek again. I believe you promised me a tour. You said something about some bushes you wanted me to see. He grinned at Gragaran as if him leaving with his niece was tempting the gods. She was old enough and educated enough to make her own decision as to who she took to bed or, as was implied, behind the bushes. He doubted they were the first. It was impossible to have a gathering this large and everyone respecting that it wasn't, technically, a leisure party. He set about wandering, talking with those he met, reconnecting with people he hadn't seen in so long they were back to long names. He didn't purposely keep an eye on Jer. His heart could take care of himself. But when he happened to see him, he paid attention to who he was with and what his body language said of his mood. Any time he caught him, it was in conversation with with some of the young ones, and they all seemed excited. Sometimes they hugged and held each other. There was a distance that seemed to come more from respect than worry. Gragaran Salaravnir, a male said. He could already tell he was older by the trembling of the voice, but he was older than expected. The brown fur with copper stripes had lost its vibrancy, and there was a cloudiness to his eyes that hinted his eyesight was no longer good. He tried to place the male, but couldn't. You may address me as Cortana Yifishter Tamira Sital. It's a pleasure to meet you. Even with the name, he couldn't place him, but he wasn't surprised. With the size of extended family, he'd never tried to keep track of everyone. And you. You bring great honor to our family and the gods by holding the line. Were you a hunter? Old age wasn't common among hunters, but more so now with the healing technology they had access to. No, I was never that brave, but I honor the god how I can. Not like these cubs these days doing anything without thought to what those responsible for our existence might think. He kept his response to a nod. He, like everyone in his family, honored the gods, but he did his best to remember that everyone was different, and that oftentimes they honored the gods in their own way, even if he didn't understand. I have heard something that concerns me, the male said. I have heard some claim that your heart is earther. The disdain put Gagran on edge. And why do you feel that would be wrong? He asked cautiously. Groundling popped into his head, and he fought the urge to assign the male's bigotry to the fact he probably hadn't set foot off the planet. Why would the god have anything to do with one of them? They are gods. Why would we know their motives? The Rixamian made us, not them, and just Biliam scattered our hearts so we would have to go look for them. The older man waved the phrase aside as if it meant less than what he'd said. Among us. According to whom? The text, the ballads. We are the gods' cubs, not them. None, not any of them out there. It recontextualized how he felt Growled honored the gods. Groundlings. Groundling. He took a breath. Yes, my heart is earther by biology, but his heart is Kelsarian, and he is as Kelsarian as anyone I've known. How can... The man's inability to find the words was probably a good thing. When the gods meddle, I listen. When I found my heart, I rejoiced. If you can't find joy in any of the gods' children finding their heart, then I feel sorry for you. He turned and walked away. He dragged his arm around Jer and nuzzled his neck. And who are you regaling with stories? Galgaran Salaravnir, this is Timis Arumi a la femme Yafir, he indicated the male, and Kidari Torash Tinig Sel Miali, the female. They are studying to become engineers. Technicians, the female cursor. I couldn't. Never sell yourself short, Jer said. It's okay to aim higher than where you land. It's also good to know what you're capable of, the male said. All work is important work. Engineers create, technicians use and maintain. Your heart has been telling us about the earthers who tried to take him from you. I don't know how I'd be if I found my heart and then had them taken from me. He returned, Gorgon said, and even while away, he remained my heart. That can never change. The earthers don't understand that. They think that how we feel for each other is something we simply decided on. Jer fought the conditioning they put on him to be with me. When they took him, I knew he would return. He nibbled his heart's neck to keep him from commenting. If you'll excuse us, I need to make sure he eats properly. He led him away. That's not how I remember things, Jer said. They're young. It's good for them to believe in ballads, and you did return. You rescued me. And you also rescued yourself. Don't sell yourself short. Not using my word against me. No using my words against me. The tables before the spits were laden with plates and bowls. The meats were cut simply, and the sauces were varied. One of the animal was moved off the carving table. One of the... At this point, it's a carcass. Was moved off the carving table. Oh no, moved to the carving table. One of the... there's proper term here that I just cannot recall. Cooked. One of the cooked animals was moved to the carving table while they selected selected bowls. His family liked their celebration to hearken to the old days when they didn't have access to ingredients from across the world and other worlds. Blood from the killed and dripping from the cooking as the base, then mashing grains or berries or other plants, other local plants added for flavoring. If they'd wanted to be fancy, a thin length of meat might be wrapped in a leaf from the eucarin or petals from the cadmere. They ate while walking and talking to actually They wouldn't. Eating on the move. Well, would they? Um, would they? Okay. Okay. In their history, in their eating while running, while on the move, harkens to the old time when they constantly had to hunt. The act of being able to prepare food it became the mark of when they considered themselves civilized. So eating unprepared food is something they only do in dire times. And eating but would eating prepared food while mingling be a thing for them? And actually, no, it would. Okay. Actually, yeah. By sheer logistics, it wouldn't because they'll have a bunch of different bowls. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. And eight. Talking to people. To those there or left as people left to left once they were done eating. Okay. So they found a table to set their selection on and ate, talking to those already there or who joined as people left once they were done eating. And that concludes chapter 13 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other books in the series, they are available on Ream Story. If you are Oh yeah, and my Patreon. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Equilimp. Well, as I explained, Kelsarians, because they are predators, when they were primitive, they were always hunting. They were always on the move. They needed too much food to be able to settle down. It's not until they learned to to they domesticated is the. It's not until they learned to control the herds that they were able to settle down and take the time to prepare their food. So, okay. But yeah, so yeah, throughout the book, throughout the books, Cassandra, eat cubes dipped in sauces, length of meat. There'll be more elaborated preparation where they'll be either filled with a flavorful paste, but they're all very much things that they can grab with a claw. 1,600 words and the book is over. Congratulations, Cool Imp. Um, so yeah, and in this specific, like I kind of realized that, um, them moving about while eating. Like it's something we do because we have different conditioning for what represent when we became civilized. Um, but yeah, so save and close that. I need to bring that here. We are looking at March 21st, so that becomes 24th. Come to an end, and as he walked out to the field, he thinks that what he will know next year. Okay, cool. So that is done. And I will start another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all. You know, let's remember to drink, everyone. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 14 of The Engineer's Family. Jeremy laughed as the male and female hooked their arms over his shoulders, her behind him and him before. As they danced with him. They made promises of pleasure like he'd never felt if he accompanied them once the music ended. Their youthful confidence amused him. They still thought they knew more than their elders, having only recently become adults. He turned them down, but enjoyed the dance. They respected his decision, moving away once the music ended, but the angle of their ears said they believed he'd wasted a golden opportunity. Griffith arms wrapped around him from behind and moved him to the new song. A slogan guttural proclamation of victory over those who threatened the singer's family. They moved him with a suspicious familiarity, which was answered when he turned and wrapped his arm around Zen. He grinned, rubbed his cheek against his friend's muzzle, and moved against him. Zen panted as the song. Okay, so this is not slow. Zen panted as the song ended and pulled Jeremy away from the dancers. What are you doing here? Jeremy asked. He asked, taking the offered glass. Catching my breath. You dance too fast. You move too slowly. His friend shortened. I remember you telling me I'm to slow down. That was years ago. Stop deflecting. Growl would have told me if you'd been invited. Met a cousin of his who was coming. Didn't know who she was. Didn't think to ask who she might be related to during that night of fucking. Problem you would solve if you used family names. It's a halal. Actually, okay, if they used family name, it's a halal thing, not ground side. We need to know. We need to know up front who we're dealing with so we know what alliances we might be threatening. Down here, it's less important. But you'd have known what you were getting into. Zen grinned. A party. And Gargoyle Lavender knows I'm here. She introduced us. So you don't have to worry. Jeremy snorted. I'm not. My heart can handle himself even when it comes to you. The male pressed against him. But can you? He licked his cheek. Jeremy nuzzled his neck. I believe I've proven I can multiple times. Want to handle me now? He laughed. Please tell me this isn't because you can't find anyone else to charm. I never thought you'd have to resort to an old friend in a crowd this large. What? You don't think I'd prefer you over all of them? You'd prefer the challenge of convincing someone you are worth saying yes to. I already know you are. Zen pushed away with a laugh. Now I just have to leave you alone. Jeremy caught his hand and pulled him back. I didn't think that line would work. It doesn't, but I need to ask you something about coffee. If you didn't bring enough, I can't do anything about that. I'm not risking the military cells while I'm here. Not about that. Not for me, actually. Gral's father, Marcy Fracturu Archemiteria, is curious about the plant. Do you think you could get him some seedlings, maybe? Well, now, for that kind of favor, I'd need the right kind of repayment. Jimmy smiled. I could shorten your name to Z. Zen laughed. What would your lover think? What would that lover of yours think? What makes you think I'm not calling him G already? You take too much pleasure in saying his name, even after years of being able to. I'm sure that you even call him by his long name in private and that you feel like it's the most erotic thing to do. Definitely not the most erotic things we've done. So you do that, Zen exclaimed, and Jeremy felt his face burn. You know, I'm good for it, Zen. I won't break rules, but I will pay you back for the favor. Zen looked him in the eyes. I won't ask for all that much, but just because it's you, I'm also not making any promises. I have no idea what's involved in getting that. I'll ask, but until my contacts get back to me, I won't be able to tell you if it can be done. You can go tell him. I'm sure he would be willing to reward you greatly. Oh, no. I'm not robbing you of the chance of exchanging the information for a favor. I wouldn't. He's Gral's father. Zen leaned close and sniffed the air between them. If I didn't know you were lying, I'd have to ask why ever not. He's already hit on me, and I'm not sure how to take that. He sniffed again. You smell pretty sure. That only spiked when you mentioned him. That's my body. I don't have to. He licked Jeremy's lips. I'm saying this with all the caring I have for you, Jer. But stop fucking thinking like an earther. Listen to your body. It's got the right idea. He pushed away. But now, I have to go find someone to show around the property, since you clearly are not interested. You don't know what you're missing. There are some really nice bushes out there. He rolled his eyes at his friends and then turned. He looked at Marseferacturu Arche Mitiria. The male was definitely handsome. His muscles not as defined as Growl under the cinnamon fur, but there. And he'd seen him chased his mate around, a nuzzling that had led to the pair ensconcing themselves. Ensconcing? Ensconcing? Ensconcing themselves. So the party decided. After he'd rested from the party, he would talk with the male. For now he wanted, you smell nice, the youth said, planting his muzzle in Jeremy's bare chest. Then he licked. He gently pushed him away. And you smell intoxicated. I never smelled anything this good. I want to smell all of you. Jeremy cut the hand before it reached his pants. No. Come on, the male whined. Do you know how hard it was for me to work up the courage to approach you? You're so... His brow creased, and his ears folded back. Drunk enough to lose words. Jeremy definitely was not letting this proceed. Looking around told him who this male was with by how quickly the group of youth looked away. If figured someone. Okay. He figured someone needed more than alcohol to be motivated in approaching someone that intimidated him so much. He was too young and too pitiful to qualify him as an assaulter, the male to his friends. The male to his friends, and they took friends, and they looked like they couldn't decide if they should flee or straighten. It made for a funny result, but more importantly, They were still there when he reached them. He handed the mail to the closest female. The smell of alcohol permeated the group. That wasn't a good sign. Is any one of you sober? 4 of the 7 nodded vigorously, including the male who had approached him. A female hesitatingly raised her hand. I haven't drunk anything today. Come here. Her eyes widened and her ears folded back. You aren't in trouble. None of you are. I just need you to come here. She did, looking nervous. Talk to me. What am I supposed to? He sniffed her breath and she stepped back. No alcohol on it. Good. Actually, we're going to change that. No alcohol on it. Good. Then I'm counting on you to make sure they remember what I'm going to say when they sober up. The group, except for her, protested. That's enough. They protested louder. I said that is enough. He didn't raise his voice, but made his words sharp. He figured that in a society where rank was important, they learned early to respond to authority. They quieted down, looking morose. Anything that requires you getting drunk to accomplish isn't worth doing. But you, the male who'd approached him, whined. I'm definitely not worth. Jeremy stopped. As drunk as some of them were, finishing that wouldn't help. I will respect someone who overcomes his fears without resorting to alcohol. Anyone will. That is how you show courage. That is how you can set on your hunt with hopes of success. He looked at the female. How may I address you? She swallowed. Tyrannalis mir caro orfremi beta. You may address me as Jeremy Bradshaw. I'm not a hunter here. I am counting on you, Tyrannalis mir caro fremi, to remind your friends that Calcarians were created to hunt, to fight, and to win. Alcohol is fine when it's about having fun, not when the goal is something serious. And if they are scared of something, it's no longer about fun. Can you do that? Yes, Jeremy Bradshaw. Good. Now, you all go have fun. Go, I said, he ordered when some of them resisted the pull. He watched and hoped they'd manage the rest of the party without having to use alcohol. He looked ahead to Growl's brother advancing on him. And what do I have to do to get you to order me around like that, Beta? Jeremy put a hand on the male's chest to stop him. Don't make yourself my responsibility like that, Romalger Gravnir Hamir. You are a civilian. He smirked. You sound just like Growly. That's because he's the one who told me what happened when a civilian made themselves a hunter's responsibility, which means you know better. Can't I just be playing with you? Not about that. A grin. Then what about you should I play with? You could play at impressing me. The grin broadened. Oh, let me take you to a bedroom and I will impress you. Jeremy laughed. How about bringing us a selection of good meats and sauces? If I'll get us drinks and we can sit and eat and talk. Are all Earthers weird like you? I offer you the most amazing sex and you want to talk. I expect that anyone who's not as impressed with you as you think we are will prefer to talk over sex. How will you know if you don't? Food, Romal Gergraf near Emil. If you ever want a chance to impress me in bed, it starts with you getting us food. The male opened his mouth and Jeremy made his expression hard. Lacking ears, he had to exaggerate his eyes. All right, food it is. The meats were good, as the selection of sauces excellent. Romal Gergravni Amir shared Graal's liking for spiciness. Others joined them, relatives of the male whose names he didn't always know. As with Jeremy's heart, Romalgar Gravnir knew the names of around 2 dozen of his relatives, those he was closest to, or had reasons to interact with regularly. With his father in charge of managing the forest, Romalgar Gravnir worked there as well. He guided those coming to hunt to the areas they'd been assigned. He also had to be on the lookout for those who sneaked in to hunt without permission. The balance among the herds had to be maintained, and unregistered hunting could screw that up. I don't like the wording. And unregistered hunting threatened that. Jimmy hadn't expected the male to have a serious job. Watching him these last days going around more interested in getting someone in bed than anything else with this anything else, there's going to be a comma here. And with the stories Graal and their parents told, he'd imagined someone who lived. You know what? This is too long. I mean, I didn't expecting the male to have a serious job. Watching him the last few days going around more interested in getting someone in bed. Along with the stories Graal and his parents told, watching these last few days are going around more interested in getting someone in bed, along with the stories Graal and his parents told, uh, gave the gave the impression of someone who lived off this family's wealth and only sought pleasure. I guess I'm not shrinking it. Done eating, they went their separate ways. Jeremy turned from returning the plates and bowl and nearly walked into an older female. Sorry, are you? She snorted and walked away. He'd noticed how the older Kelsarians watched him and spoke among each other. Reproach was the best word he had to describe the way they looked at him. He didn't let them bother him. He he didn't he didn't let that bother him, but it was annoying that come dance with me. Growl said, pulling him along. Jeremy danced with his heart's cousins, whose name he forgot nearly as soon as they were given to him. Males and females were as taken with him, and he went from partner to partner as exhaustion claimed them. Then he found himself dancing with Parcular Gromativ Delgaro and Marciferac Turu Ashe Mitiria, and then only with Grau's father. And Jimmy let himself move against the male, and as the song ended, rubbed his cheek against his muzzle. I am done. Jimmy dropped next to Growl, who pulled him close. He appreciated the extra body heat. They were far enough from the bonfire that he wished he had a shirt to keep the cooling air, to fight the cooling air. Has someone finally gone through that earther stamina? It took just about everyone. I think they planned those last dance just so they could exhaust me. Payback for outlasting them. You have no idea how you've humbled a few of my relatives. We have endurance dancers in my family. He chuckled. Endurance dancing? That's a thing? How else will you prove to a potential mate you can outrun the prey and bring food home for them and the cubs? By running and bringing prey. Not as fun or as impressive as putting on a dance that will outlast everyone on the dance floor. And will you put on a dance for me? Dance for you, chase you. Um, uh, da, 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 da. Dance for you, chase you. That refers to something before. Haven't I done enough already? That and more. He rested his head on his heart's chest. I noticed you and Mars danced a few times. Jimmy tense. You know it's fine, right? Grell said, nuzzling the top of his head. I am doing my best to listen to my body, and it wants your father. Zen reminded me I'm not among Earthers. He frowned. Where is he? I haven't seen him since he vanished behind a bush with an older female. I left a couple of hours ago with a group. He must have run out of bushes to have sex behind. Do you buy that he met your cousin by accident? I believe he didn't arrange the meeting. That someone didn't meddle? I'm not so sure. But anyhow, Ertalahan made a good case that that this isn't meddling. Oh? He didn't need to be here. They don't meddle needlessly. If they did, we'd stop paying attention. I guess something just happened because they happen. Yes, they do. Jeremy grinned. Earthers call that a coincidence. Izzat frowned and started shaking his head only to burst out laughing. Have you been holding on to that for all these years? No, it just occurred to me now that this was a good way to describe what we call a coincidence. Gra lifted Jeremy's head and smiled. But it doesn't invalidate their meddling. Then kissed the protest silent. And that concludes chapter 14 of The Engineer's Family. If you are interested, if you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell if you want to know when the next chapter will be up. No, wait. If you've enjoyed, wow, I am off this morning. If you've enjoyed this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is on Patreon and Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Angel, letting me know you're here. I wait finish the record. Well, thank you. Welcome. I hope. How are you doing today? You're good. Very glad to hear that. What are you up to today? Please tell me I did not do that. FA. Damn it. I think I did that. Let me double check something. Yeah. I told myself yesterday, because there was a problem with one of the sites, that I need to remember to okay. Good. I like that this has a recreate submission button. That's going to okay, there you are. Yeah. So I can edit that. I can remove this, that, and that. I can post that now. I sound a bit off. Well, I got distracted. That might have been what happened, because as I said, yeah. File size of oh, are you telling me that you don't, no, the file is right here. Oh, right. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, clearly it's not going to be there, so I have to recreate it. That is inheriting the line. That is coincidence, right? Now, oops. Get back here. Hoping coincidence 35. Nope. Okay. Will you post? Working on gathering information for Lecon Academy series. Cool. I hope that goes well. All right, good. It posted. Yeah. Yesterday, there was an issue with the website this posts to, and it, went, there's an error and all that. And I told myself yesterday, okay, I need to remember not to delete this morning as I clean things up and try to repost it to see if the website has fixed the problem. And of course, I just deleted everything that had an error on it by reflex. So there we go. It's very much part of how I I fall. Well, it's very much of my ADD. I fall into routines, and breaking that routine is very difficult. Okay, so I can delete that. I can go here. Actually, no. This is going to be here, here. Okay. 24 becomes 26. Not the page. Where am I? This is where I'm going. Why would I want this? Yeah. This is just advertising. Enjoy, Angel. Ah, yep, forgot that. There we go. Right, that is done. Alrighty, and I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. Yeah, we are. Our family's bed. Um, Alrighty, I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 15 of The Engineer's Family. Getting out of his family's bed was always interesting. That's okay. Getting out of bed in his family's home. Because he's not. I was thinking of changing it to his parents' bed, but he's not in his parents' bed. He is in one of the guest bedroom with, and like as the rest of the chapter explains, like they just got there. Sorry, a few paragraphs just got there with the two together, and people joined them. But yeah, so it's a bed in his family's home. So getting out of bed in his family's home was always interesting, even when it was only them. Rome and Mars were clingers, while his other siblings hadn't been back when he lived here. They saw him so rarely that they fought against him leaving. His mother woke at the slightest shift to ask why he was leaving so early, regardless of what shift it might be, or that he might be on a different one, like now. It would take him and Jer time before they were fully on the same shift as his family. This time, the struggle came from how many people were in his and Jer's bed. He didn't remember locking the door when he and Jer had had enough of the party, and the additions meant neither had Jer. Half asleep extended relatives didn't have the same restraint as his immediate family who'd know not to grope the mail moving around them. He made it off and looked back. Jer looked happy, snuggled between a male and a female. Gargran knew were uncle and aunts related to his mother, but not their names. Not their names. He gave up finding his pants among doughs on the floor and settled for a pair that had a belt he could cinch and headed to make coffee. People were already moving about. He didn't know how many had stayed, but he expected it to be the majority. Those who had obligations would leave throughout the day. Everything was on the counter. Everything was on the counter untouched, and he made. Okay, not everything. Um. What he needed was on the counter untouched, and he made his cup. He was enjoying it, resting against the counter, when the cub came running in on all fours. He bent and expertly caught them one-handed, hand over and under the stomach, and raised them in the air. And who are you, little hunter? He sniffed them for a familiar scent, then hurried to pull his cup away. No, no, that's my coffee. He grinned. You can have some when you can make your own. Curry, the cub said, sniffing the air. Curry! It's coffee. The Earthers grow it, and someone who shouldn't smuggles it into our territory, but don't tell anyone. I'd have to get them to stop, and then I couldn't enjoy it anymore. They struggle to escape his grasp. Cory! You need to be a better hunter before you can take my cup away. Halam, where have you vanished to this time? A male asked. Are you Alam? He never felt the oddness at using a short name with a cub, especially one this young. He expected part was that they were too young to give their full name, and the other was that cubs were everyone's friends, even when they tried to steal his coffee. I might have him, he said. The male looked harried. The harried-looking male not hold, held held the two large pans with a hand. Halam Tarish, Tarish Masirtel, Karin. Why do I keep telling you about running off like this? I'm too old to be up before the gods decree it. Gagran chuckled, handing the cup over. The male was rather young to claim to be old. Thank you, Gagran Salahavnir. It's good to see you again. He studied the male, sniffing the air, then shook his head. Yata Torikami Gralmi, he said, and Gagran shook his head again. I'm Taren's son? Ah, his cursor had her own family, but they hadn't interacted much, especially after she died. I was young the last time she brought me. He hid his smile behind the cup. The male was still young. Yours? They shared the scent, but both had too many mixed in from the party and whoever they'd slept with to be certain. Yes, this little beast is mine. He nuzzled the cub's belly, although at times I wonder if El Ravnir himself might not have used me to give birth to him. No one should have that much energy. Cubs are close enough to the gods, a young female said. They get powered directly from them. Greetings, she told Gralgaran. You may address me as the little beast's mother. He laughed. I'd prefer a name, and you may address me as Gralgaran Salalavnir. Oh, I know how to address an alpha such as yourself. The pink in her ears and her scent told him what she was hoping for. I'll have to disappoint you. I have no interest in females. Oh, but your ballads? Did they have him with females in those? Was that ground for a lawsuit? You'd have to check. He was willing to let those people get away with plenty, but not having females throw themselves as him for cubs. Otherwise, the conversation was pleasant. As the son of his Chrysarik, he'd been invited and had enjoyed reconnecting with people he hadn't seen in decades, even if, like him, few had immediately placed him. They left with their cub for more sleep, and he took meats from the storage along with sauces. There had been a lot left over from the party, and he enjoyed many of them. Jeremy Bradshaw, Rome said, running a hand along his back and passing. Romal Gergravnir, his heart answered, and Gralgaran smiled as he continued to the hover for another healing treatment. The lot was less crowded today, but not as many as he'd expected had left by now. And who's the powerful hunter? Gralgaran said, moving his fingers under the sheet. The cub, this one silver and black, wriggled her rear in preparation, then pounced with a squeaked roar, then closed around the finger, biting them through the sheet. You're the great hunter, aren't you? He picked her up and smiled. Rawr. Repeat after me. Rawr. She squeaked the attempt, and he laughed. In the doorway of the lounge, Jer watched him, and he smiled at his heart before returning to help the cub train in taking down the wild beast of his fingers. So, Jer said, standing close to Mars before the hunk of meat turning over the heat. I take the knife like this and no, his father said, moving behind his heart and taking the hand to cut a slice from the hunk. He was glad for the comfort between them. So, your mother said, what about the kiss makes it so good? Mother, he said in exasperation. Don't mother me, Growl. This is important research. Me and your father tried it, and it wasn't as impressive. Odd, even. He nodded. He couldn't deny that kissing hadn't been natural. He and Jared had had to figure out how to position their mouths so it felt comfortable. But in the end, he smiled. It's good because it's ours. We rub muzzle, but when we need to tell the other just how much he means to me, we kiss. So part of the meaning is situational. That explains why me and your father didn't feel anything special. We don't share the situation. For me, for Jer, there's a cultural. For me, for Jer, there's a cultural element. Among Earthers, it is emotionally similar to us rubbing muzzles. Or nibbling necks? She nodded to the spit. Mars was nipping at Jer's neck, who was giggling, goosebumps on his arms. He called your father Marciferak earlier, and me Parcular. I never doubted he'd think of you as family. She looked at the pair up and down. I wish he thought of me as he does your father. I'm curious what sex with an Earther is like. It's amazing, although I'm biased. Mar should be able to confirm or not soon enough, unless I miss my guess. Then you can quiz him. Afterwards, I have to go meet a nephew about his hunting techniques. He held the string as he walked back in the yard, the piece of meat attached to the end bouncing left and right, with the cub chasing not far behind. He bounced, missed, and untangled himself from his limbs to take up the chase, tongue dangling on the side of his mouth. Gagran had to turn to avoid the hedge at the end of the yard, and that kept the meat stationary long enough for the cub to pounce, landing on it and sinking his teeth into the meat. Yes, he exclaimed, letting go of the string to pick up the mail. And we have a successful hunt. The family will feed, and your mates will want you so badly that you will drown in cubs of your own. Laughter responded from the table where his sister and her mates sat, along with the cub's older siblings. The cub ignored his antic as he nestled them in his arms, chewing the meat. You are too good with him, Tyr said, for a male without cubs of your own. Why is that? Her mate asked. You are captain of a ship. Don't you want someone to inherit it? I never thought about it. He tickled the cub's belly and was rewarded with a angry hiss for interrupting his eating. My brother was too busy with the hunt. Still busy with it, he replied, pulling his tongue at the cub. But you have a mate now, so you can't be spending all your time on the hunt. On the hunt. On the hunt, she said. Please tell me you aren't ignoring that so yummy buddy of his in favor of the hunt. Your mother speaks that. Your mother speaks what Jezebelium tells her. I couldn't ignore. Told the cub. I couldn't ignore Jer's body, even if Denny Ragdarash Tomac stood next to him. You have time for your mate, she said. You have time for a cub. He smiled. What about it, little hunter? You think I'd make a good father? The cub roared. The table fell silent. The cub returned to chewing on the meat. Tyr took him out of his arm and spun, holding him aloft. Your first little roar! The other clapped, and Judge Gargaran joined in. If you wanted a sign, her mate said, I think you have it. He looked at the two and found himself wondering what it would be like to have one of his own. Gargan peeked into the couch at Jer sprawled over room. Space for one more. His brother snorted. We need to arrange then. I am not under the two of you. You just want to be on top of me, Jer said, getting out. Yes, but not before you invite me. Gargan narrowed his eyes. What did you do to my brother? Waiting for an invitation? He helped him out, then took his place. I didn't do anything. Your mother had a talk with him this morning, and he's been all proper since. He pulled his heart on top of him this morning? Yeah, no idea what she told him. That's after you spent the night with our father. Jer's face turned crimson. I don't see what it has to do with anything. Gargaron nuzzled him. My mother will have asked all the questions she can think of. Mars. That's the price for having an anthropologist as a mate. Okay, and? Weight added itself, and my father has nothing but a really amazing thing to say about you. And she swore that if I dared screw up my chances to add more to her knowledge of Earther sexuality, she'd proclaim me Rishik. Rishik. And that's bad? Gregran chuckled. It isn't good. A Rishik is somewhat, well, more something. Just M puts in the place of the child she takes for her amusement. They look like the child she took and almost they act like them, but they are never quite right. Of course, he's too old for her to take, but he's always been odd. A hand flicked his ear. Be nice. Gargaran chuckled. I don't have to impress Jer, so my mother will not declare me Rishik. And does that happen a lot? Jer asked. Parents claiming Jezbiliam took their cubs? Not in centuries, Room replied. Not since Jezbiliam came to Barak Sticker, Darash door, and gave him a vision of how the gods had made us. Not long after that, he gave us genetics. Not long after that, someone opened up the genes like a book and then worked out which belonged to which and how to tell which came from which parents. One of Jezbiliam's not less good. This is one time Jezbiliam's idea didn't help her. Wait, you have genetics? Of course. And you still think the gods made you. What does genetics have to do with the gods not making us? Through that, you can work out how you evolved from the animals. Genes don't need gods. Jer, of course we have similarity with the animals. Thurixamian borrowed from all the others when he made us. And genes have to continue working on their own. Can you imagine him having to look after each and every one of the bodies that are born when he had to arrange for them? When he has to arrange for them to have the right heart? Do Earthers really feel that knowing so much about how your body works, Room asked, means the gods aren't involved in making that happen? I guess it does. I mean, science proved everything happened naturally. And what's unnatural about the gods? His brother asked, nuzzling Jer's neck. I guess that for you, they're as natural as everything. Gargon nuzzled his heart. What are we watching? If he didn't distract his brother, he'd forget he was supposed to act properly. Growl! Jer implored as he walked by the eating area. By the pink on his face and the way his father caressed his arm and his mother's intent gaze, he could work out the kind of interrogation he was being subjected to. Can't! There's someone at the door. The house was back to being mostly his immediate family. A cousin was still here because they were scheduled to go hunting, and he thought someone related to his mother was staying because of an argument with their family, but he hadn't inquired. He opened the door and was surprised by a hug and rubbing of muzzle, which he eagerly returned. Tom, this is unexpected. What's the reason? We have to talk. He moved next to him. Growl, you remember my father, Tobekarak Salaran. This is my cousin. This is my cousin by my Chriserik, Merkan Yaolanish or Orupuratani. Father, cousins, this is Alpha Gargaran Salalravnir. He frowned. That it wasn't like his friend to bring his rank in, to bring his rank within a social, to bring to bring up his rank in a social situation. In social situations, it also wasn't like him to forget that. What happened? Tobek Sel Aran grinned. You, Alpha, have given those of us working among the leadership the most entertaining time since your return. I haven't done anything. Oh, you have. You've caused quite the uproar by forcing the leadership to go public with how they treated you. I didn't force anything. What are you talking about? Tom took his arm. Let's go sit. We have a lot to talk about. He pulled and Gregory went along. Hi, Jer, Tom said as they walked by the eating area. Parkiller, Mr. Frack. We're going to the living room. There will be a lot of politic talks. You might want to stay away. Those are my father and cousin. I'll introduce them later. I need to go help Jer. Gregory attempted. No, you don't. He's a beta. He can deal with your parents, and that color looks good on him. You are at the center of this, and there is a lot you need to know before you get called in to explain your actions. Explain what? I followed Dot. I know that. You know that. Even they know that. But they have to find a way to save their fur, and you're the only one they can target, and I will not have them turn my best friend into an effigy to be burned for their screw-ups. So sit down, make yourself comfortable, because we have a lot to talk about. He dropped into the couch, and Tom sat on one side, his father on the other, and his cousin on Tom's other side. To start with, his father said, arranging for the newscaster to be present at your arrival was worthy of just Billiam's wildest night. I didn't arrange that. The man looked at him. Don't tell them that. That's one of your biggest weapons in all this, that you are crafty enough to bring in outsiders. I wouldn't do that. Tom, explain to your father that. I love you, Growl. You know that, right? But you have to shut up now and let us tell you how this has to go. He sunk into the seat and grumbled, I hate politics. And that concludes chapter 15 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'll be right back. And welcome back, Angel. 26 becomes 20. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's done. Alrighty. So, actually, double check that here. Alrighty. I shall start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I shall confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the Harker August 1st for the rest of the oars. Welcome to your first use of the environment room, the stone man said as the white room changed into a city block. Aaron was impressed with the transformation as impressed with the transformation as he'd been during the tour. Magic, the little person had explained, as the room changed into a prairie with buffaloes roaming, then the inside of a house, then a busy city street, then something out of a horror movie with bleeding red rock cliffs, screams that curdled his blood. Only the professor and the massive man who hadn't left his side hadn't seemed perturbed, and the man had even looked around with a whisper. And the man had even looked around with a wistful smile. I'm not sure if it's clear which one of the two it is. What made the room really impressive wasn't that it transformed into whatever they needed, it was that its size altered with the transformation. It had been an octagon, around 100 feet in diameter, while a white room. As a prairie, the professor had told them to spread, and he'd walk well over 300 feet from the closest person. When it had become a house, the space separating him from the others had shrunk until they crowded the rooms. In the hellscape, he had warned them against wandering off, hinting they could get hurt by the things screaming. Aaron figured it was a part of the act, but he hadn't ventured away from the group. This is going to be something of a free-for-all, Landslide continued as people appeared with something that resembled a classic Star Trek teleportation effect. A lot of people with various weapons. You can work in groups or alone. This will be recorded and so me and the other professors can go over them so we can best decide which the kind of training you individually need on a battlefield. On my signal, I want you to treat these people as a threat to the general population and take them down however you see fit. Aaron started to raise his hand. Go! The clatter of weapons hitting the ground startled the massive professor, who turned. Every created person on the other side of the road was unarmed, their hands destroyed. Their destroyed hands had to be extremely painful, but not deadly if they had been living beings. Broken fingers from the guns ripped out of them, broken arms for those holding knives, fractured sternum for those without weapons. Adam hadn't taken a chance those might have been parahumans. What? The professor asked, confused. What happened? You noticed him. Aaron? He felt a bit of pride that that the professor knew his name. My brother happened. He nodded to Adam, standing next to him. The man consulted his tablet. Adam or super speed. Adam snorted. The man looked at the carnage was too strong of a word. That might be something of an understatement. He considered something. All right. Since this is what we have to work with at the moment, Adam, explain why you hurt those people so badly. That's not badly. And you said however we felt appropriate. I just pulled the guns out of their hands, breaking fingers, broke arms for those holding knives, and since no one would show up to something like that without a weapon, those not holding one had to be parahumans. I don't know what they did, so I just slammed them off their feet hard enough. If they were tough, I'd have all the time they they needed to get to their feet to work out how to keep them down. I don't know how much distance I actually. Never mind, this is a big street. I would have been able to get enough momentum going to knock out anyone short of Maple Leaf. Never tried, not crazy enough. But I've watched him fight a lot of people who should have been able to knock him out if out and failed. What have the dads said about leaving the country? Alex demanded. Who did I? Who said I did? A lot of those are televised. It's like the guy calls the news studio before every fight or something. I know you, Adam. You can't sit still long enough to watch the news. The brother gave Alex a raspberry. Until you can prove it, I'd never cross the border. He grinned at Arthur. Have fun trying. Students, Landslide said, this is a classroom, not the halls. Keep the bickering outside. Your file says your acceleration is instant. Adam snorted. No such thing. Might look like that to you because you're so slow, but at my speed it takes me a while to reach my top speed. And at how fast I move, that means a lot of terrain. All right? Then don't you consider the amount of damage excessive? No one's dead or dying, are they? And if they'd been, they wouldn't be dead or dying. No one died of a broken arm. Arthur cleared his throat. Fine, but I can't help that. I just broke bones, maybe ripped a finger off here and there. You said I had to protect the general population. That's what I did. I'd love to see criminals sue me for damage. They might. Anyone can lodge a complaint. I'd love to see them win against the lawyers my uncle would provide me. Fuck, I'd love to be there when they tried to convince a judge they have a case at all. Look, you don't like how I did it? Fine, I get that. You people have this idea that because you're so slow, there's limits to how a situation can be handled. But for me, I don't have the time to waste trying to be nice. I think that as fast as you move, you have all the time in the world. Shows what you know. I have more time to do more stuff, visit more places. It's a big world we live in, and it's way more entertaining than that. He waved dismissively at the down tugs. He grinned. I mean, if you want to reset everything, I can end this in a much more entertaining way, and no one would even get hurt unless you count rug burns. Please don't, Albert said. You're going to end up with a bunch of naked people over there. His idea of fun is disrobing criminals. Adam snorted. Not even close, but it does get them to stop. And Slide chuckled. That explains some of the reports over the last few years. He put the tablet away. I'm going to ask that you sit this one out. We still need to know what everyone else is able to. His brother was gone. Telling him to sit is like promising you're going to make his life hell, Arthur said, then headed to the bench that hadn't been there a minute before. And where do you think you're going, Mr. Orr? To sit. I'm not stupid enough to fall for this. You don't think understanding how everyone fight is worthwhile? His brother stopped and clenched fist as he turned. For these bozos? Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be so helpful. Me, I make stuff. You give me an hour and access to parts, and I'll have something that'd be useful in the mess this is going to turn into. Without that, I'm not a fan of humiliation. Thank you very much. You even think of ordering me to take part, and you'll have to talk with our lawyers. It won't be needed. You make valid points, although your delivery could use some work. Arthur snorted and resumed walking. All right, as I said, Mr. Orr made a valid point. Anyone here who doesn't believe their powers allow them to get back in the group, Miss Reynolds? I know your power lends itself to this. Aaron moved to look at the speaker, petite and far too young looking, although that might be the fear and uncertainty on her face. Colby placed a hand on her shoulder and she jerked away, surprising him. They spoke quietly, and he was surprised the professor led them. Then she nodded. Okay, I'll do it. Aaron had the feeling the choice wasn't hers in the end, but he was glad Colby had been there for her. His friends had a calming effect on people. I'm glad to hear that. Only it doesn't set. You look at Albert. You sure you want in on this? Isabel laughed nervously. No, but this is about pushing ourselves, right? Better in a controlled environment than the real world. Alex took the gun out of its holster on his low back. Stick by me and Mr. Orr. They all looked at the professor, who sighed. Put the gun away. It's my power. I'm one of the mundane without it. The man read. Professor Levert, Professor Levert, can your magic do anything to provide him a weapon that won't risk hurting one of the students if he misses a shot? That is not what the room does. The French accented voice replied from all around. It is an environment and nothing else. I'm not going to miss, Professor, Alex said. It's basically impossible for me to miss a shot. That's my power. You give me any kind of functioning firearm and I'll take any shot. I'll make any shot the laws of physics say can be made, no matter how unlikely or difficult it is. I'm sorry, but I need you to sit this out. The danger. What are you doing? Aaron stopped turning. You bench him, you bench me. Aaron, this isn't about anyone being or not being valid. I can't take the risk he'll injure someone. I don't care. Someone snickered. You won't let me sit, but you'll force him? The girl from earlier said. When Aaron looked, the lack of fear made her look closer to the rest of them in age. I barely have control over my electricity. You send me in there and I promise you I'll hurt someone. You just told me, he just told you he can't miss. You think his gun's more dangerous than my electricity? I do believe an unseen voice, the unseen voice of the professor said that the students have pointed out a flaw in our process. It was bound to happen. Landslide said, although I was hoping we wouldn't get two of them pointed out before the first evaluation started. All right. Cedric, can this make me a battlefield for those with range power within an hour and a half? Of course it can. The response came with the accent heavier. I have explained. I have enchanted the room to do what you, the professor assigned to each teaching it, need. It is why I have warned you against putting them in space. It will be space without air for them to breathe. All right, the professor said, visibly put off. Range powers, I need you to sit. We'll start with the close combatant, then I'll reset the room so we can evaluate you. Colby reached for the Reynolds gird, but stopped until she nodded. Then he put a hand on her shoulder and said something that had her straighten. When his friend glanced in Aaron's direction, Aaron gave him a thumbs up that had the Texan look at his feet bashfully. Aaron cracked his knuckle as the opposition reformed. This was going to be fun. Go, the professor said, and he threw himself into the chaos of the fight. Alex worked his shoulder trying to pay attention to the teacher going over the curriculum for the evidence gathering class. The evaluation had exposed a big flaw in nearly everyone in the class with range power. Even if they hadn't if that even if that hadn't been the point. They were only effective if they could keep the fighting at range. If the enemy reached them, most of them were taken out. That girl Colby had confronted was one of the few whose power was effective, if not more so, was as effective, if not more so, in close combat than ranged. When an enemy had reached her, she exploded with lightning. Of course, she then freaked out about having hurt someone, and Colby had to talk her down. He had no idea what she'd experienced before, but it hadn't been good. You okay? Patrick whispered. His laptop was writing what the teacher said. Had phys ed this morning. I overdid it. He needed to get Arthur to put that on his. You look kind of tired yourself. Had to be at the lockers by 5. Then Coach Kelly had us running around the field and going through so many exercises. I left body parts behind. Anyone saying sports are fun never had to train for it. You're on the football team? Yeah, I know. Yeah, look, I know. When's the first game? I'll go. I'll make sure we all go. That seemed to surprise him. Not anytime soon, I hope, but I appreciate it. He nodded to the teacher. We should probably look like we're paying attention. Mr. Albert Orr? A woman asked. She was attractive in an ordinary way, Albert decided. Her brown skin spoke of African ancestry. Her brown hair was short, and even without makeup, her face had a sort of glow to it. Yes, I'm McKenna, one of your teachers. Can I have a moment of your time? I'll see you later, Nat, he told his friend. He knew all his above ground teachers by sight, since the school website had their pictures, and he didn't know her, which meant, are we going down? It won't be needed for this. I've just been asked to take a look at what you can do. One of the offices will work if you'll come with me. She looked through the deck of cards he kept on his person at all time. Half of them were blanks, but the others had whatever he'd felt like drawing. She placed one with a butterfly flying over a tulip. This one. Do you have to animate the whole image or can you pick and choose? As an answer, the butterfly flew off the card while the flower remained a drawing. She smiled and extended a finger to it. It landed. It's beautiful. You are quite skilled. Thank you. I've been drawing since I was in the womb, or so my folks like to tell. Paint spilled out with me, made a mess of the hospital room. A manifestation of your power? He stared. No, they're just exaggerating. At least he'd always thought so. He'd have to call and make sure. His family's power weren't supposed to kick in until activated, but there were always exceptions. And I meant the illusion. It's wonderful. She urged the butterfly up, and it flew off her finger. Keep it around if you don't mind. She looked through the cards again and chuckled, putting one of an armored knight down. You're a fan of Chevalier? The horse reared and jumped off the card, the knight holding on. No, I drew this for a classmate back in high school. Things didn't work out between you? Is that why you still have it? He chuckled. No, she had to give it back when her father found out who she'd gotten it from. I'm not the good kind of boy. She raised an eyebrow. I'm gay. She shook her head. The stupidity of some people will never cease to amaze me. He shrugged. It's rarely a problem, which is why they stand out when they are. She put down a card with a balloon on it, and they popped off as if they had to push through a pane of glass. He thought about adding the breaking glass, but there weren't any lines on the card to build that from. When did you find out you could animate images? I was 11. Drawing as usual. It was really good day. The night before yeah, that wouldn't go over well. Had been a special day. And I was still floating. Then the rainbow just grew out of the page. I was surprised, but I'd been on the lookout for what my power would be, and I already loved the idea of bringing my drawings to life. You were on the lookout? Everyone in my family has a power. Most of the time, it's nothing grand or that lends itself to going out there and saving the world. And even those in my family who have those kind of powers don't do that. We're not people who throw themselves at trouble, although we will deal with them when they throw themselves at us. We were asked to join Harker as part of. She nodded. And if you hadn't been asked, art school for me. Alex was already looking into law enforcement. Aaron would probably have gone to the physical health and into medicine, like he still is. Art? Who knows? He's so smart he'll turn anything he tries into a success. It's interesting that you don't sound annoyed that you feel they'll do better than you. He chuckled. They're my brothers. Why would I feel like that? It's not like them succeeding takes anything away from me. So, no sibling rivalry? Oh, I didn't say that, but it's just that, sibling rivalries. We don't think it means there's a rating system that one of us at the has to be at the time. What? There's a rating system and that one of us has to be at the top. Wow. Our folks make sure we each know how much we are loved. I'm glad. That's uncommon. Tell me, how much thought are you putting into animating the butterfly? Excuse me? We've been talking, you've gotten engaged in conversation, excited even, but it's still moving flawlessly. So I'm wondering how much thought you managed to put into the motion. I thought about it. I wasn't thinking about it. She smiled. So you aren't simply animating them. Well, obviously I am. Why obviously? Emotion to the balloons, the knight running after them as they bobbed up and down over the table. What else can it be? Might you not be giving them life? And that concludes the August 1st chapter for the rest of the oars. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read these stories, they are available on my Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Part 3? Oh, right. This is part 3. That's wrong format. March 15 becomes 22nd. Ta, 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 ta. I forgot that detail, of course. This needs to be modified. Huh. Interestingly enough, I can flip the. This is gonna should be done before. Okay, you know what? I'll be able to arrange things. Ta, 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 ta. All right, this is done. All right, this isn't recorded, so I don't need a. The darkness was total. Looking behind him, he couldn't see any light seeping around the door. In fact, he couldn't tell where the door was. This is different. Have you been on this ride before? He felt for her, he felt for her. Not. Not finding her. Or a wall. Nothing. Annie? He felt around again. Anita? He bit back a curse. This isn't funny, you know. He pulled out the military pocket flashlight and shone it around. The power beam illuminated nothing as far as the eye could see. There should be something in the close to 100-meter the beam illuminated. He turned slowly. This was a haunted house. It should be all mirror, narrow corridor, animatronics, people jumping out of the shop. Boo! Yelled a face coming at him. Eric backpedaled with a scream, tripped on his own feet, and fell on his ass. The flashlight rolled away. He caught his breath to the sound of familiar laughing. Very funny, he called. Very mature. I did think so, Anita replied. The flashlight stopped at her feet. She took it and walked toward him. In the light reflected off the floor, Eric could make out her form. Remind me why I love you again? He stood rubbing his backside. It's all the curves, she replied. You are a sucker for a curvy woman with brains and nerves of steel, it seems. Didn't you worry or freak out? I didn't have the time. You called my name, so I knew you were here, and I knew you'd have something to help. So instead of responding, you waited for your chance to give me a heart attack. You do know I have nothing to leave you on my deathbed, right? You have this nifty light? She shone it around. I've never seen one with such a powerful beam. In her hand, the flashlight showed nothing different. This is an impressive setup. I can't even tell where the door we entered is. Eerie is a better word. This is nothing like the haunted house when I was a kid. Yeah, same here. They were all cramped halls, things poking out of the wall to rub against you when you least expect it. She rubbed a hand against his side. He chuckled at her. Where's the creepy sounds? The actors in costume. Where's anything? May I? He indicated a flashlight. She handed it to him and he pointed it up. No offense, but as a native Tyrannian, I think looking up would be second nature. The rest of his jab died on his lips as the beam vanished in the distance. This is impossible. How tall was the building? 10 meters at most, if you take into account it's on an elevated platform. Right, this is a ride. So all this has to be a trick. Clever use of backdrop and shadows to give the impression it's bigger than it actually is. It also means there's a point to this. There's a point to this to entertain us. What else could it be? Anita asked, still far calmer than he felt. That's a question I'm never comfortable asking in this city. You've read the history books. You know just how many possibilities there are. And keep in mind that in the 6 months I've been back, I've had to disarm bombs, rescue a kid, blow up a kidnapper's base, went crazy, came back from that, was almost mobbed, along with the kid's family, with the police help, I might add, and stopped a mind-controlling techer. There are mornings I think I'm some sort of magnet for the city's crazy. And he looked at him with an odd expression. Hope? Expectation? Maybe the Lord knows you're the guy who can fix problems? Eric sighed. I hope not. I don't want to be on his radar. My life is already interesting enough. Indicated around them with the light. Case in point. She nodded, her face regaining a serious expression. If this is a ride, let's play it. Clearly, we need to look for an exit. He eyed her. There's no way you can be as calm as you look. She smiled at him, and from her mouth to her eyes, even her ears got into the action, twitching. Come on, Eric, this is fun. It's a mystery. That's so much better than a haunted house. He sighed. I prefer the haunted house. At least with those, I know what to expect. She took his free hand. If you're worried, I'll keep you safe. He smiled, and if I'm not worried, I'll keep you safe anyway. It's what girlfriends do, right? Keep our man safe from harm. He motioned with the flashlight. All right, my lady. Where to? She walked, and he followed. He studied the floor, old wood, set in staggered planks, well maintained, but it showed age and wear. They walked 30 degrees to how it was laid down. After 5 minutes, he stopped. He looked behind them, ignoring our questioning look. We've walked beyond the confines of the ride, he said. We should have come to an outside wall. Maybe it's clever tricks to make us think we're going in straight line when we're in fact walking in circle? Eric shook his head and pointed at the light of the floor. The planks are laid straight. Maybe the angle is too slight for you to see? You're forgetting my ability. I'd be able to tell if there was any sort of angle to them. She nodded. He crouched. It could be that the floor is moving with us. He placed a hand on the wood, but I'd expect to feel the treadmill mechanism underneath. To see the blueprint. You see the blueprint. As far as I can tell, this is solid. Actually, no. Okay, that's right. He is purposely not looking. I could check to make sure. He looked at her. Her smile faltered for a moment. You mean you haven't checked already? We did agree no use of my ability today, which reminds me, I did peek at some of the things while we were walking around the park. I needed to make sure those sighting of Vivienne weren't projections. But you haven't checked here? This is too big. If I look and see something, we're no longer enjoying the park. We're trying to figure out what's happening. She gave a slow nod. I'm impressed at your self-control. He eyed her, standing. Really? I waited 3 months to ask your dad for permission to take you out on a date, and you question my restraint? Being gallant isn't the same thing as wanting to know how things work. I'll grant you that, but you asked me not to do it, and I said yes. I might have slipped here and there, but like I said, this is bigger than looking for projectors. He chuckled. Feels like I've stepped into a loophole mystery, doesn't it? She gave him another slow nod. So, do you want me to see what kind of tech is behind this? Yes, do look. Maybe it's best that we know if this is more than just a ride. Eric let his sight come and saw nothing. He looked at the floor around them, up. There's no tech. Anita was watching him intently. What do you mean? Just that. This place is as empty as it looks. There aren't any machinery moving the floor or crazy tech making us think we're walking when instead we're staying in place. Unless powers are involved, you're right. This is just some clever use of ordinary trickery. He looked at the floor again. I'm going to find out who designed this place, because I swear those boards are straight. She took his arm. Then I guess we have no choice but to continue playing this game. Except it doesn't feel like a game. Then we shall figure it out. She beamed at him and started walking again. A few minutes later, something appeared in the distance. 6 doors. 6 doors, not in a wall, simply there, standing in their frame. On the left was an old one made of rough boards. The one on its right was better wood, sanded and well joined. The next one was one sheet of wood, then plastic made to look like wood, and the next just plastic, but framing a glass window, and the one on the far right was dull gray metal. Each door had a word on top of it, carved or painted with decorative letter. What is the definition of death? Not creepy at all. Eric mumbled. What do you think it means? Anita asked. No idea. He stepped around the doors with the door. He stepped around the door with the window in it. Can you see through this? I see some sort of distorted creep with a light. Is that supposed to be you? He gave her an eye roll. She wouldn't see. Close enough. Harry joined her. Okay. 6 words to the question, 6 doors. It could be a puzzle, but the words are in order. Maybe the answer will point to the right door. How do you define death? Eric shrugged. Are we talking spiritually, scientific, or scientifically? You know I'm not much for the Lord and what those of the faith believe. Death is the end of the body. The heart stops, electrical impulse. When the brain stops, in the brain stop, the end. If the wooden door is the start of the sequence, then the answer is the metal door. He reached for it, but Anita cut his hand. But is that really the end? I looked at her. Spiritually holding the answer to spirituality holds the answer to that, not science. Ghosts are more your thing than mine. You're the one who read up on Vivian's appearances. I just saw her a few times in the park. Anita gave him a smile of pride. He chuckled. Don't make a big deal of it. I know better than to assume that what I know is the end all and be all of what's possible. I jumped 60 years into the future, remember? So, is the death of the body the end? What if the dead remember who they are? What if, instead of being collected by the black bull, they remain here? Are they actually dead? Eric took a breath. They'd have to be able to affect the world in some way. If you're just talking about an apparition walking along the corridor that doesn't interact with the world, I have trouble justifying that as any form of life. But if somehow it can interact with its surrounding, then I guess that would qualify as life. He looked at the door. I'm not sure how that helps pick a door. If such a ghost was in trouble, is it our responsibility to help them? I don't know. He faced her. I can't even imagine how we'd go about helping a ghost. We have to figure out what's holding it here, release it to the black bull, so the black bull can carry them to the afterlife? Like I said, this is spirituality more than science. Anita nodded. But would you try to help it? Is this about Vivian? The question clearly surprised her. What do you mean? She sputtered. You know what? I am going to... But what do you mean? She sputtered, clearly surprised. He chuckled. Annie, you're the one who brought her up on our walk to the park. You suggested looking into her. Do you think this is related to her somehow? No, I don't think that. It's just that the question made me wonder if a ghost like her was in trouble. Would we help? Would we at least try to help? Eric shrugged. I don't know. If I was in the right place at the right time, sure, I'd try to help or see if there's anything I can do, but I need to reach for the far left door. Then this is the one. It's the one that needs to the most work. Annie, don't! She was gone. The moment our hand closed around the handle, she vanished. I knew this wasn't just a normal ride. He looked at the door, pushed on it. It resisted him. Of course, there was only one way to get to Anita. Since he wasn't leaving her to deal with whatever was on the other side of the door alone, he grabbed the door's handle. Okay. Not quite done. Alrighty. Angel or anyone else. Is anyone conscious in the chat? I guess not. Hey, the lady nights. Welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. Lady writes, plan to celebrate what? Oh, my coming birthday? Not really. Um, I don't do celebrations. Um, I will be working it as I always do. It falls on a Friday, so this coming Friday. I My birthday stopped being an event a few decades ago. It's quite literally just number ticking up, and it doesn't matter to me. Basically, my birthday has become the kind something that I feel not well, yeah, that I'm leaving to others if they want to celebrate it for me, if they want to arrange something. And when they don't, I don't feel anything about it because I'm not someone to do anything for other people's. But half the time, well, more than half the time, I don't remember when people's birthdays are. So I'm not bothered slash surprised when people don't remember my birthday came about. I mean, hell, I don't talk about it. Um, and that's only there because I don't expect to have anything else to talk about in my weekly update. So that's my reminder of saying, yeah, that came about, nothing done, didn't do anything about it. Bye. Just to have. This is how I work on trying to have something to talk about in that newsletter. And some weeks are tough. Uh, but yeah, like if I was someone who took the time to remember other people's birthday, took the time to do something for them, I might be a little more miffed if they didn't in return, but I don't. So I'm not going to care. Yeah, no, I mean, the Monday after that is Family Day up here. It's a holiday. Um, I don't quote unquote celebrate it, but I am forcing myself to do something a little special for it. I will be making baked beans, fresh bread, and among the gaming, I'm also setting a block of time aside to watch a movie. Just watch a movie and enjoy the food I made. I, yeah, I'm not complicated. I am not difficult. I am a very simple person. And I like to think I live a simple life. Are you busy? The lady writes. Getting set up for record a podcast. You got a few minutes. I don't know if a few minutes is going to be enough. Um, I'm curious how how my screen compares to other writers that you may look at. Uh, Basically, I'm realizing that I need to do something different for the chat. There, not enough of it is visible, and the only way I can think to uh, have it do something is to have it on the side here, which is going to cost text real estate, but I don't know. I mean, my gut feeling is no one reads what I write. That's literally my gut feeling. Um, but I don't know how small I can turn this window and still have it make sense. And no one that I'm following right now is writing or has their text on the screen. So I can't really compare how big, and I can't use my OBS window because I don't know how it compares. Like this. Yeah. Hey, Angel. Welcome back. You know that some will read it. Well, in that case, making sure it's not too small is definitely more important. Well, what I'm seeing is that most people who have the chat have it on the side, taking the whole the length, the height uh, of the chat of the screen. It's the easiest for you to follow, but does that mean it's too big? Or that other people are too small? Like I said, that's what it is what I need to work out. And you're right, I don't know how much of the chat is visible, mainly because I don't have enough interaction between YouTube and Twitch to get a sense that people are actually looking at it. And I guess having said that, in that case, until that happens, until someone complains about the chat on the stream, I guess I don't really need to do anything. Switching made you could move the cover image to the bottom and chat where they are. Yeah, that would make the covers kind of small then. Huh, that's actually not correct. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Yeah, but like I said, I think the decision I'm doing is to wait until I get people commenting on the fact that the chat is too small. Until that happens, I think I'm just going to ignore it, and that will only happen if I get people, if I start getting serious interaction from YouTube. Until that happens, and it probably helps if I start this up. Not that anyone not that anyone on YouTube is, and that's the thing. Like I don't have an audience on YouTube. I'm still multicasting because it's so damn simple. Like I don't have to do anything about it. If multicasting required more work than it does, I would probably stop. Because, like I said, I don't have an audience on YouTube. Otherwise, the lady writes, "How are you doing?" Well, actually, don't let me keep you from your podcast. Oh, I see. You're recording in half an hour. Okay, cool. Um, so 273 kilometers. So that's about an hour. From So that's about 3 hours. So they're gonna get so they're actually getting there 2 hours behind. So yeah, how are you doing? What have you been up to these days? Very busy playing taxi a lot. Not able to stream in the morning. Ah, is that something that's going to be ongoing or is that temporary? Podcast is growing. Very cool. Very cool. Trying to devise a plan that will allow you to do some of the things live and still run, pick up people. Move puts you further out, so it takes more than if you. Ah. I'm gonna change that. $100 decaf. Alrighty. Have a good podcast and a good rest of the day. Thank you very much, Angel. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Well, come back. This afternoon, it is chapter 6 of The Labor. I need to check something. Okay, so that is okay. And I need to check something else. Okay. This is a first chapter. Oh. Interesting. They're going from from one lovely health to another. You want to rage at work right now. Well, you can rage in the chat instead. Cool him. Why can't you just have $1 million so you can hire a couple of editors? You don't need $1 million to edit to hire editors. A decent editor can can edit a normal book for a few $1,000s. You are back, Angel, and hoping your girl will nap. Good luck. If you don't want to work for a couple of years while you work on it, though, not really. Not really. I mean, unless you imply hiring people to write the book in your place, at which point I can go, I offer good deals. But no, like, the thing is, an editor, you pay them per pass on the book, depending on their rate. Like my editor, the deal I have with him is I get 2 full passes. The big one initially, I go over that. He does a second one. I go over that, and then he just looks at it to make sure we didn't miss anything, and that is final. That costs me a few $1,000s. It depends on the size of the book, because usually they will charge per word. So the bigger your word count is, the more expensive it's going to be. A good editor it's a good investment. But yeah, like it's. Like, I don't know what an editor and working for a couple of years has to do. Because an editor would not usually get you to rework the entire book. Those are more the publishers, and those are more publishers who will do that, because they will look at your book according to their market, and that may require reworking the story. An editor is simply looking at the story to make sure it's properly written. They may suggest changes where they feel it does the story itself, not towards the market, but by itself, some element don't work. As an example, in Tristan, there's a sequence of chapters where nothing happens, and my editor basically went, something needs to happen. This is boring the reader, and because of that, I added a chapter where basically I had something go wrong in Tristan's plan, and it definitely made the book better. It's actually one of my favorite chapters in that book. 100K of Dragon Rider goodness. Very cool. Sorry. To calm yourself, you're reading one of your favorite things you've written. Very cool. That is why we write, so we can read and enjoy it. This one is Dragon Roar. Is the series you wrote? Nice. I when you said Dragon Rider goodness, I kind of figured it was one of your books. Trying to break the bond is off on his first adventure. Good for him. I don't know what they look like. Adamant about bears assertion and himself helping out the Solar Island Academy and the Dragon Rider before continuing on. You think it's a good book? That's all that matters. What matters is that you enjoy it. I think all my books are good. Some are better than others, but I think they're all good. I'll probably the next thing you have me read. Okay. Um, it's a more traditional narrative. All right. And you'll make sure to censor the spice. Okay. Uh, 2 scenes cut down from 3. Third didn't add enough to warrant keeping it. Some intimate moment without being. That's perfectly good. let's not forget there are forms of this touching without being straight up spliced. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's also it's also possible to show intimacy without any touching. Uh, how do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. Yes, Dad. Is all that's there about me. Or the Adam can grow swords on his body? Okay. That is probably a convenient skill to have or ability. It was supposed to read Adam and drew my sword on his body. That doesn't make any more sense. I don't know. I stood my ground and drew my sword. That reads better. Hey, Cypher! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What are you up to these days? On lunch break, popping in for a few on chapter 12 of the polish. The polishing, gotta start getting queer later. Cool. Okay, that's Albuquerque. How's my day going? It's going well. Thank you very much. Did my reading correct this morning. Working on the labor this afternoon. It's like most of the chapters in this series, they're turning out on the rather short side. I don't. I'm not. This is not a complaint. It's just an observation. Um, so yeah, I'm probably close to the end of this chapter. Almost finished chapter 4, Angel. Very cool. interesting fact. Wounds from a lightning strike take about a week to heal. Okay. Yeah, that's a helicopter. So this is the hospital they're going to. Okay, let's check a detail. Okay, solid. So yeah, I'm going to be able to see through that. Where's the entrance? It's on your mind since someone tells Adams this. He's had a lightning wound on his arm for over a year. Well, have you? A lightning burn can take more than a week to heal. That will depend a lot on people. Like, unless you say in your world, that's what it is. It will depend on the severity of the lightning strike itself. Just like any kind of burn, it depends how burnt it is. Okay, average, yeah, I can give you that. I can give you the average, it can be that. Actually, okay, but what about from here? This is the exit. What would you see from here? Uh, damn it. Yeah, too far. You wouldn't see that. In the state, when a sudden storm struck him and Tapa while they were flying. Okay. Did they have a lot of metal on them? And well, that and the wound not healing feels like this. It was not a natural lightning strike. Okay. Now that is visible. Except, is that where? No, it wouldn't be. That looks. Oh, no, that's what this is. So you need to continue a bit further down. Okay. A cool moment to write. Revelation that someone used magic to strike him with lightning while in the air, and then his dragon color is challenged. Petrie hushes him and says the adults are talking. Okay. Well, unless the people to whom that's happening look younger, much younger, or of his age, that's something I could see it used. Yeah, at that point, that wouldn't be unexpected to be used. Like, or even if they weren't that old but more experienced, like I could see that happening without it being, an insult. Dragon Riders all look 25, so yeah, but they still are that old. where you could ask a question that would stump me about Elliot's world because you had thought in Elrond. There aren't many you haven't thought of. That's good. That is good. The odds are good readers are going to come up with those you forgot them, you haven't thought of, but it's good that you've thought about them. Your wife helped you pick apart the world? Good. What is revealed here? I'm going to... Dr. Forrest done 3,209 words. Congratulations, Angel. Currently standing at 12,760 words out of 80,000. Congratulations. Hey, Busy Bard, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Launching a new series. Congrats. Good luck with it. And it's going pretty well. Just need to motor and make words go brr. Well, good luck with that. All right. My writing being done, and something came up that I needs to deal with at the house. So I am going to bring the stream to an end a little early. Let's see who we can raid. Yeah, we're gonna raid Cypher. Haven't raided him in a while. Yeah, like I said, I haven't raided Cypher in a while, so. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Engineers Family. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives.